Hello, everyone. I am officially live yet again. I hope that you are doing well today. If you're new here, I'm Alex, and this is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints most every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We are joined by my lovely dog, Barker, who is probably going to conveniently stay out of frame for most of the time that I'm talking, but I thought it was sweet. He jumped up in my lap right before I hit the record button. So you all get a little visit from him. And if you are watching live, welcome. And if you are watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. I will be reading Slewfoot because, newsflash, I never finished this. I took a huge break in reading this because I was reading The Drawing of the Three, and I finished The Drawing of the Three today. So I'm going to go back and read Slewfoot because my goal is to finish reading this so I can be free and clear to start reading some like winter themed books. And of course, our book club pick that we're going to be meeting to talk about on December 18th, and that's going to be A Man Called Ove by Frederick Bachman. So you still have plenty of time to be able to read this if you want to join in. And one of the books that I want to read for the snowy season is No Exit by Taylor Adams. So hopefully I'm going to end up liking this one. I've had a lot of people recently talking, well, and honestly, in the past too, I've heard so many people talk about this book and how wonderful that they think that it is. And so, yeah, I think that this would be a really good one to read now that it's quite cold outside. It's going to be like in the 20 degrees here for the next week. So we basically went from having nice fall weather to winter. It felt like almost overnight. So that kind of stinks, but it's going to put me in the mood to start reading some winter things. So that's okay, I guess. And as always, this is just a chill time to sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, curl up under a blanket, or put a fan on you, depending on the temperature. I'll probably have my little space heater running for a little bit tonight just to get my office nice and warm. Before I start feeling, I get like really hot in the evenings. I don't know why it is, but it takes a while for me to get there. So I'll have to run my heater up until that point. But I'm going to go over and see who all is here. And yeah, tell me what it is that you're reading or working on tonight. And Heidi says, Alex, I will miss the first chat. I will try to make the second. Awesome. In December, I will be working on finishing all the books I started in November and did not finish. That is a worthwhile goal for sure. And Elena's here. Hi, Elena. And Elena says, good afternoon, Alex, and good afternoon to you. He said, I'm off work and going back to my regular schedule next week on Monday, December 1st, and I'm taking a day off from December 22nd through December 24th. I will not be back till Tuesday, January 6th in the new year. Well, that's very exciting. That's nice that you get some time off. He said, I'm almost done reading Tomlinson's Wake by Randy Wayne. I'm at 80% into my book and 20% left. Very nice. He said, next Saturday, I'm going to the library book sale to get a lot of books for the holiday season, and cheers for me on getting my hair washed and a haircut. And I'm going to Target to buy a few books for Black Friday, hoping to get some new books. Yippee. That is exciting. I hope that you can get some new books. He said, hi to Heidi. And the next book after I read Tomlinson's Wake by Randy Wayne is Christmas Fling by Lindsay Kelk. Very nice. And hello, Melissa. And she says hello to all and hope that you are having a nice week so far and that you are enjoying whatever book it is that you're going to be reading tonight. And Elena says it is a Christmas book for adults, and sometimes they like to watch the Barney Vault, Barney Waiting for Santa 1990 VHS. Okay. And Rob says, grab a drink, grab a snack. And Melissa says, what is everyone reading today? Yes, Rob, Melissa, what are you both reading and working on? And hi, Kat. Kat says, hey, Alex and friends, I'll be working on my morning pages, The Artist's Way, and reading The Drawing of the Three. Awesome. Sounds good. And Rob says, still reading The Mad Wife by Megan Church and Alchemist by Senlin Yu, The Book of Guilt. Catherine Chiddy is at the library, and Brigands and Bread Knives Travis Baldry arrives tomorrow. Yeah, that was your special copy, wasn't it, Rob? So that's awesome. Rob Barker dog. And Jamie says, hello, Alex and friends, and hello to you, Jamie. Happy Friday. Heidi says, I DNF Slewfoot, audio narrator made all the nature-themed demons sound like Mary Poppins. Oh, no. Yeah, I don't think I would like that very much. I wonder if it's because they were supposed to be children. Like, kind of like, even though they don't age and they're very old, they're referred to as children in the book. So that would probably kind of creep me out. And Kat says, yay for No Exit. I hope I didn't overhype it for you. Well, you're not the only one that has talked about how great you thought it was. There was there was a really big YouTuber. Oh my God. How have I forgotten her name? She reads a lot of horror novels. And I remember like 3 or 4 years back. I don't know how old this book is, but she was like raving about No Exit. Yeah, because it's from 2019. So she was raving about this when she first read it. So this has been on my radar for a while in terms of just knowing about it. But had you not sent it to me, and then you and Angela been talking about it, I probably wouldn't have like put this so far up on my list, but it's going to be perfect for the season, for the holiday. And Stina's here. Hi, Stina. And Stina says hello, Alex, in chat, and hello to you. Melissa says I'll probably work on The Queen of Sugar Hill by Rashonda Tate. Very nice. And Jamie says, I just started the audiobook of Bat Eater and Other Names for Khorazang. I'll be listening to that while working on a cross-stitch project. Wonderful. And Anne is here. Hi, Anne. And Anne says, good evening. Reading The River is Waiting by Wally Lamb. And Heidi says, Alex, what kind of pie did you eat on Thanksgiving? I didn't have any pie, Heidi. No, actually, Keaton and my mom both had some pumpkin pie, but I didn't end up having any. What about you? What kind of pie did you have? And Stina says, I think I'll get back to Epitaph for a Spy today. Awesome. Chris is here. Hi, Chris. Chris says, hello, Alex. Hope it's been relaxing time for you. I've been trying to relax as much as possible amid, just general family drama and crap that, all of us kind of have to deal with both around the holidays and just in general. I was getting pinged with stuff for work too. So I've been trying to not look at my work phone and get in my emails and stuff, but I did not fully succeed in that. I did end up logging in for a little while to try to like clean up my email so I just don't have a ton of stuff waiting for me when I get back on Monday, because it's going to be a really busy day coming back on Monday because I have like a project and some other things that I need to do. So I don't know, it's kind of hard to relax when you know that there's just like stuff waiting on your plate that you know about, if you know what I mean. But I think I've done pretty okay to just disconnect for a little while. And Angela says, hi, Alex and company. Hi, Angela. Said, oh, you're going to like No Exit. I'm reading T. Kingfisher's The Raven and the Reindeer. It's a retelling of the Snow Queen. Halfway through. Awesome. Melissa says, The Queen of Sugar Hill is about Hattie McDaniel, who won an Oscar for her portrayal of Mammy in Gone with the Wind. Oh, very nice. Okay, so it's a biography. So that sounds really nice. And Zach is here. Hi, Zach. And Zach says, happy Black Friday. I have 3 books to choose from that I want to start. Should I go for the YA sequel, the cozy fantasy sequel, or the weird literary horror? The literary horror is calling me. I was going to vote for that one anyway. If you say weird and horror together, I'm probably going to pick that one. So that's my vote. And Heidi says, no pie either. We did not go anywhere. It is hard now that Luke has got bigger. My in-laws are not wheelchair accessible. Oh, yeah, because you wouldn't easily be able to carry him into their house. Well, I'm sorry for that, Heidi. Could they not come over to you? And Melissa says, no, it's not a biography. It's a historical fiction book. Oh, okay. That's really nice, too. I like historical fiction novels that throw in real people. I think that's cool. That's really nice. Alrighty. Well, I'm going to give you all your first question. And I guess I should wish everybody a happy Black Friday, but I just don't. I wasn't doing anything this year for Black Friday. I'm not really doing much in terms of buying gifts this year either. We expressly talked to my mom about the fact that we didn't want to do a gift exchange, and my mom agreed to that. So she's still determined to buy something for Barker, though. She buys him a gift every year, which is really cute. But yeah, I I don't know. Keaton and I are doing like a little gift exchange, and I already knew what I wanted to get him, and I bought his stuff a little while ago. So I just have nothing I want to buy on Black Friday at all, which is probably for the best because it's going to prevent me from spending money I don't need to spend. And my first question for you all is going to be do you have rules about when you put up and take down your Christmas tree? Because it's about that time if you haven't already. So I think it's fun to hear when people believe that it's time to get ready for Christmas and when it's time to take it all down. And Rob says, Heidi, have you read Lost Gods by Brom? So the same author as Slewfoot. And Rob says, Black Friday, if you want a vacuum that plays music or LED lights and forks, I don't see any sales. Yeah, I guess if you want something that specific, probably not. That's good. I like that. Alrighty, everybody. I'll get us started with our first 45 minutes. You have your first question. Oh, no. It would be helpful if I shared the dang thing, wouldn't it? I had it pulled up. I just forgot to share it. There we go. Alrighty. And this is also the last time we're going to have the fall background on here because after this, I'm going to go to a winter scene as long as it's, not one I have to pay for. But I will see you all in a little bit. Wish you happy reading. Bye. I'm snacking. Come on back, everybody. How did you do during that last sprint? I did pretty well. I made it to another chapter, so I'm at chapter 9 in Slewfoot, which is page 176. So I feel like I'm going to make some pretty good progress tonight. Pardon me. I just wanted to eat my dinner really quick. Keaton went out and got us McAllister's. So I had a chicken salad sandwich, and I'm eating my little chips right now. I got some salt and vinegar chips, which is my favorite flavor. And before we left, I asked you all the question, do you have rules about when you put up your tree and when you take it down for Christmas? Let's see what you all had to say. Chris says, I was just hoping some of my ebooks would be discounted, but no discount, so I won't be spending anything. Good thing, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I guess in one way you're going to be spending money, which is saving money, which is a positive. You're not buying anything that you won't necessarily read for a little bit, but at the same time, that's a bummer. So I understand. And Melissa says, I have no rules about when I put up or take down my Christmas tree. Sometimes I have to put up my Christmas tree in early November and haven't taken my tree down until March, like having a fake tree. That is the nice part about having a fake tree. Keaton and I were just talking about that, and we have a friend that every year two friends, they always go out and they buy a real tree and they bring it home and they take care of it and they leave it up for a while. Like it hangs on there for a good long time. But I've always wondered when they start getting really messy and like, how do you dispose of them properly? Because when Keaton was growing up, his family has a lot of land, and so they would go out and they would just cut their own Christmas tree, and then when it would die, they would just cut it up and turn it into logs for their wood burning stove, so that would heat their house and everything. So that to me made a lot of sense. But like when you live in a suburb, I just don't really know, like, do you have the trash company come and pick them up? Do you have to schedule that? Do you have to take it to a dump somewhere? I don't really know. So if you know, let me know that. And Stina says, my ex and I gave up on having a Christmas tree because of the cats. Brian and I don't have any pets, but we just never got into the habit of decorating much for holidays. That's totally fair. I don't go gangbusters for the holidays. I mean, I'll decorate the outside of the house for Halloween, but I do pretty much the same decorations every year, and nothing is like super crazy. And then when it comes to Christmas time, I don't do any like exterior lights that hang on the house. I have like a little spinning it's kind of like a disco ball that you plug it in and you shine it on like you can put it on your garage door or like the outside of like the side of your house. And I like having that. And then on the inside, I've got the Christmas tree and like a couple different decorations that go around the house, some like small stuff, but nothing crazy. Don't put up any garlands or anything like that. Though my grandma Julie did give me some, and I need to actually use them. They're up in my attic right now. And you said, for a few years there, I had enough energy to build a tree out of books, and that was fun. No specific rules, though. It got built when it got built. It got dismantled when I needed a book from it. That's really fun. I like that idea. That seems like a great idea. He said, if I had a traditional Christmas tree, though, I would probably put it up at the beginning of Advent to take it down at Epiphany. For an atheist, I'm oddly nitpicky about the liturgical calendar. That's very funny. Elena says, just having my strawberry popsicle and reading a book. That sounds nice. And Zach says, my Christmas tree is only 3 inches tall. It's a little battery-powered fiber optic one. I take it out around December 15th to put it away a day or two after Christmas. That is so funny. I love that, Zach. That feels very you. You said, in all honesty, it's more of a mockery of a Christmas tree and the tradition. Starting my weird literary horror. It's called The Night Is Not For You by Eman Quota. Well, fun. I hope it's a good book. And Anne says, going to get a cold drink. I don't know why, but I'm hot. Very nice. I actually might make a mug of hot apple cider later. Keaton and I this past weekend ended up going to one of our favorite orchards, and we picked up some apple cider and actually some Amish popcorn, which we had never gotten before, and it was unique because it was still on the cob. So it comes with a little paper bag, and you put the whole cob in the bag, and then you stick it in the microwave, and it pops off the cob. And it was just one of the funniest things that we'd seen in a while, and we got 2 different ones. We like it for the experience, but it wasn't really great popcorn, so we don't plan on getting it again. But, just as to try something new and to see something funny, we liked it. And Heidi says, my husband puts up a decorated crab trap tree outside. I've never heard of a crab trap tree. That is our only decoration. It's a foldable metal tree with lights attached to it. Okay, very cool. Is a crab trap, is that what they call like the 3-tier trees? I've just never heard that phrase before. And Angela says, no rules since there's just me. I usually decorate inside and outside the first weekend in December. My theme is snowmen, so I can leave everything out through January. Oh, that's nice. I like that. Yeah, so you can have it during the coldest months and not feel like you need to immediately take everything down. That's awesome. Kat says, I finished my morning pages. Very good, Kat. Great job. Sita says, got some laundry started and read a few pages of Epitaph for a Spy. Wonderful. And Jamie says, no rules for Christmas decorations. I put them up and take them down at different times depending on my mood and schedule. Very fair. I always have a rule that I do not put up a Christmas tree until after Thanksgiving. I'm like a big stickler on that. And I usually will take it down within the first week of January. I don't leave mine up for more than like a month and a week. And Elena says, 297 pages and 84% in my book. Very nice. Awesome job. Rob says, when we put a real tree, we'd leave it up until a few days after New Year's. Okay. But what happens to it, like, when it starts dying? That's what I want to know is, like, where do you take it? And Elena says, I need 2 more chapters and then off to my Christmas book. I'll be reading Christmas Fling by Lindsay Kelk. Awesome. And Angela says, I only read 1 chapter. I decided to take my leftover fried apples. Ooh, fried apples. Wrap them in crescent rolls and ice cream with cream cheese icing, bite-sized delights. That sounds awesome. Homemade cinnamon roll bites. Chris says, I admire the people who just leave the fake Christmas trees up the whole year. I have a family member that did that years ago. He doesn't do it anymore because he doesn't have his own place, but he would leave his Christmas tree up all year, and it was decorated for Christmas. But I know that there are some people that will do it like a seasonal tree. So they'll do, Valentine's Day and, stuff for, I was thinking leprechauns, in March, St. Patrick's Day, and have a Halloween tree and things like that. And I could see where that would be fun, even though I personally don't want to do it, just because I don't want to dedicate the space in my house, because where I put a tree goes right in front of one of my windows, and I would like that natural light the rest of the year. Jamie says, called my friend for his birthday. Oh, that was nice. Just finished chapter 3 of Bat Eater and made some progress on my cross stitch project. Very nice. And Elena says, I got my last week of my Barnes & Noble Nook app on my iPad. Or I got it last week on my Barnes & Noble Nook app on my iPad. Awesome. And Kat says, I don't really have any rules about my Christmas tree. It depends on what is going on in my life from year to year. Some years we didn't put up a tree. Also fair. Jamie says, Angela, that sounds very tasty. Yep. And Anne says, I got the tree up and the lights on it. I also have a collection of 35 Santas out. 2 of them need new batteries. Well, that's pretty good if only 2 of them do. Then again, I don't know that, of course, they're probably not all battery operated, but yeah, 2's not bad. Elena says, just got my new iPad 4 weeks ago on November 7th for my early Hanukkah, and my 35th birthday for July 30th next year is going to be on a Thursday. Okay. Well, that's nice. Congratulations on your gift. And Jamie says, I had a small cat-friendly tree, all plastic ornaments. My good ornaments are hung from a garland along the top of my door frames. That's awesome. I'm very lucky that Barker doesn't ever try to mess with the Christmas tree. He doesn't bite it or anything, although when he's trying to get your attention, he will boop some of the ornaments. But that's it. That's the extent. Elena said, and next Saturday is the Friends of the Library book sale, and I will leave the house at 9:30 a.m. in the morning. Nice. And Teresa's here. Hi, Teresa. Teresa says, hello. We put ours up a couple days before Christmas and leave it up till almost the end of January. Yeah, I'm a weird stickler about my tree. I recognize that most people are not like that, which is why I wanted to ask this question. And Stina says, our next door neighbors go all out decorating their house and yard for both Halloween and Christmas, so we're happy to enjoy their displays. That's true, yeah. There's plenty of other people that you can see what stuff they do. A big thing that my mom used to do with me when I was a kid is we would go driving around the neighborhoods to look at people's lights. And there's also a park that was nearby that you could drive through it, and every year they had so they had those displays where it looks like it's moving. So they'll set things up in a row, and it'll be like, a gingerbread man that does a cartwheel, and letters that'll spell out something like joy, things like that. And it was pretty cute. And Pip is here. Hi, Pip. And Pip says, my only Christmas tree rule is it must be a real tree. Only costs $5 for you to you cut forest pass. Oh, I didn't know that was that cheap. I thought like your own Christmas trees were generally pretty expensive. But $5 for a U-cut forest pass is pretty good. And Heidi says, a guy in New England invented this outdoor tree using a crab trap. I will post it on Cat's Discord for you. Okay. Sounds interesting. Rob says the town will have specific days you could put a tree out in the street and the garbage trucks will pick them up. Oh, okay. Well, that makes a lot of sense. That's nice. And Stina says, we do have a wild Christmas tree next to the garage now. I am tempted to string some lights on it. That would be cute. Pip says there are groups, typically Boy Scouts, who go around collecting trees after Christmas. Also, garbage collecting companies typically have pickups for them. I mean, I think that's a nice thing. They totally should. And maybe they, since they're only picking up trees, maybe they take them to some place where they can be composted, so it's not ending up in a landfill. Heidi says, in my town, they haul away all the dead trees. People leave them on the curb. Angela says, our city has designated areas to drop off your real tree. I think it's recycled by Parks and Recreation. Cool. Chris says, never had a real tree. I never thought about what you would do with a real tree once Christmas was over. Alex, you brought up such an interesting question I should have thought about long before now. I mean, up until the point when I had my friends who would go and get their tree, I never really thought about it either. But it just, when you start knowing people who do it, makes you think. Jamie says, in some places you can decorate your real tree to you can donate your real tree to wildlife sanctuaries to be used for habitat restoration projects. I like that idea. That's really nice. Pip says, when I grow up, whatever age that is, I want land to grow a tree that I will decorate every year, a tree to grow old with, the dream. I do really like that idea. That's lovely. And Anne says, my favorite Santa is a Beach Boy one that sings. It will drive you crazy in a few minutes. That's cute. And Melissa says, can't have a real tree due to it being a fire hazard in my apartment building. Okay, that makes sense. I understand some places would probably have rules about that. Rob says, Alex, I wanted to say we burned the Christmas while praying to the elder god. You burn the Christmas tree while praying to the elder gods. Yes. Keaton brought up, he was talking about the great god Pan today. It was a story I read all those years ago. And for some reason you saying that makes me think of that story. Oh my goodness. Well, thank you everybody. That was a lovely discussion and I learned something new. Maybe some of you did too. And I will go ahead and I'll put up the next question, which is also a holiday theme, just because this one we're almost ready for as well. And that is, have you bought yourself an advent calendar for this year? And if so, what was the theme? This was my very first year that I bought myself an advent calendar, and I will show it to you all after the next sprint. And Kat says, I did always put up some kind of a tree when my boys were young. One year our Christmas tree was in the kitchen because our ferrets would have had a field day in the tree. Oh, that's cute. Yeah, when I was really young, my mom always made sure that we put up the tree because we would decorate it together. And then when I got older, there was a year or two when we didn't have a tree. And those years just always, I don't know, they didn't feel right. Like they didn't feel like Christmas. And so now as an adult having my own house, I always make sure to put one up because even though, I mean, Christmas isn't a huge holiday for me anymore because I'm not a kid and I don't have any children. I just feel like I need to invest that amount to just have it feel like the right season. I hope that makes sense. And Anne says, when we lived at the beach, they used them to rebuild the dunes. Oh, that's nice. That's cool. I like that. Oh, and Heidi says, as a Jewish person, what in the world is an advent calendar? So this is something that has become normalized even for people who don't celebrate any religion. And that's when you buy like these box sets where it can be chocolates and candies or have little trinkets in them. I'll show you again after the sprint's over what mine is. But there's a little door that you open up every day. So you get a treat for 24 days, is like the longest one that you can do. Some people only do like, I think 12-day advent calendars, but it's just like fun to be able to open one up and like have a little treat that you get every day. And Kat says, yes, it does feel off without a Christmas tree if you're used to having one. Yeah. And Stina says, Heidi, anymore, it's a secular cash grab. It definitely is. And that's why up until this year, I never bought one for myself, like not even the chocolate ones. And I don't think I ever had one when I was a kid either. No, like I have a friend that just bought one, I think for her son, and I think it was Lego. Probably was Lego. But yeah, that is our question for the next sprint, and I will do the next 45 minutes. Barker has completely fallen asleep and is snoring on my arm. Excuse me. So we will see how easily I'm going to be able to read, and I'm going to try to finish my snack. So I will see you all in a little bit, and happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I'm at page 199. So got a little over, I think, 100 pages. How many pages is this? 305, yeah. So 106 pages left. It's really good. I am enjoying Slewfoot. I think maybe because Heidi, I know you had told me that you were listening to the audiobook and didn't like the audiobook. I really like the physical copy, probably because I don't have to deal with any weird narration. And I'm actually sad that I put this on pause for so long because I'm remembering now how much I was enjoying it before. And I feel like I'm going to just be able to dive right back into this story. It's pretty interesting. All right, and before we left, I asked you all the question, have you bought yourself an advent calendar for this year? And if so, what was the theme? So let me go back here. Let's see. And we were talking about what an advent calendar is. And Melissa says, Heidi, it has to do with the advent season. And Kat says, Advent calendars are fun. Sina says, Advent is 25 days this year, starting on November 30th. It's roughly a 4-week period of spiritual preparation for the arrival of the Christ child. Yeah, it was never something that I did as a kid. Like some people, they have advent calendars that they reuse every year that have like little opening doors and they'll put stuff in them for their kids. But yeah, we didn't participate in that. And Angela says, I have a journal that I do daily scripture writing in and decorate with scrapbooking supplies. Each month has a different theme. It acts as my advent calendar in December. Well, that's nice. And Stina says, but somehow it now is a countdown filled with fancy chocolates or other luxury goods that have no connection to the spirituality of the Advent rituals. Yes, correct. Which is why I didn't know for a long time the Advent calendars were related to anything spiritual. I thought that they were just a countdown to Christmas because it's how a lot of people treat them. Sina says, and the 12 days of Christmas are not a countdown. It's the period from Christmas Day to Epiphany, the arrival of the three kings. Oh, I did not know that. I did not know that, Stina. Thank you for letting me know. And Angela says, I always bought advent calendars for my grandsons while they were growing up. That's really sweet. Pip says, I don't purchase advent calendars because I'm not a fan of spending money on mystery gifts. That is super fair, that I'm not 100% sure I will love. Also, most of the time, the gifts don't reflect the original cost. Totally agree. The one that I got for myself this year and why I was willing to spend the money is it is a 24-day tea pyramid. The tea forte, and it's all herbal teas. They had I think a couple different varieties. Like they had some that had like black teas, and this one, because I don't drink any sort of like caffeinated tea, so that in fact I saw one that was an herbal tea and had 24 different flavors in it. Like they're all unique and individual. So there's like a wild berry hibiscus, strawberry apple, lemon lavender, cherry Cosmo, like all sorts of fun stuff. And I drink tea every day. I was like, well, that's kind of a nice festive seasonal way with a warm beverage to bring in Christmas. So have a warm cup of tea every day. And I've also never seen an advent calendar because I guess because I've never had one before. Maybe some of them are like this, but it's double-sided. So there's like a separation right here. And so there's some of the days, half the days are on the front and half the days have a window on the back. So yeah, it was cute. Let's see. And Heidi says, thank you, everyone. I Googled it too. And Pip says, however, I do enjoy watching other people open them. I am not a complete monster. No, I definitely agree with you that there are some advent calendars that brands will do. And I don't typically like those because there's some that go for hundreds of dollars. And I completely agree that the items that are in the box are not anywhere close to the price or the value of getting the advent calendar. I feel like a lot of the price that people pay for kind of is the mystery, which is why I don't mind the ones that have like chocolate or like this one that has tea, because it tells you like what all the flavors are. You don't necessarily know which one you're going to get each day, but you know what's in it, versus like those branded mystery ones. They don't want to tell you what's in it. They just want you to pay for it so that you can decide whether it's worth the price. And I don't like that. And Stina says, sorry, crank atheist who still appreciates the teachings of Jesus and wishes more Christians felt the same way. No, you didn't say anything wrong, in my opinion, Stina. I think you were educating people. You educated me. I didn't know what epiphany was. And Stina says, Angela, I really like your journaling practice. That sounds lovely. It does. Rob says, I bought a colorful cat calendar. I do like the advent calendars with the chocolate. Yes, that's cute. And Kat says, I did not buy an advent calendar for myself this year. And Rob says, I'll be back. Friend is starting a whatnot auction of old sci-fi books. That's fun. And Elena says, finish my book. Nice. You said now going to read Christmas Fling by Lindsay Kelt. Said, I love reading Christmas books. Very nice. We got a whole month for it. And Angela says, Stina, I enjoy it very much, but it also keeps me grounded in the world. If you Google it, you'll find many themes for different months of the year. I do it all year. That's so sweet, Angela. Is that kind of like a mindfulness journal in a way? Like it's something that it helps to remind you of like the positive in your life? And Kat says, I enjoyed Slewfoot. It was a 5-star read for me. Of course, I did not listen to the audiobook. I was going to say, Kat, I thought you also read it physically. And I like the voice I've given the characters in my head, and like the personality I give them. I think that's another reason why I don't typically read audiobooks is because then however the narrator characterizes that person is always going to be the way I think of them, which might be different than if I read about them on paper. I don't know if anybody else feels that way. So, and that's the thing is like, I swear to you, even though I don't listen to audiobooks, I'm not a hater of audiobooks. I definitely think that some of them are, wonderful. And some people narrate their own books like Adam Savage. I listened to his, it was like an autobiographical book that he did, and that was really cool to like listen to him talk about it. So like I swear I'm not a hater of audiobooks. I guess they're just not for me, or at least they're not right now. Maybe they will be later. And Jamie says, I bought my first advent calendar last year. It was a crafty one for scrapbooking. Not sure if I'm getting one this year. Oh, that's fun. Melissa says, read about 83 pages over the last 2 sprints from the Queen of Sugar Hill. Well, that's great. 83 pages. That's solid. And Teresa says, I always wanted an advent calendar, but don't want to spend the money. If I ever got one, I would get one of those puzzle ones. Yeah, I've seen those too. Those are cute. And Melissa says, I got a chocolate advent calendar that is put out by Lynn Chocolates. Oh, very nice. Yeah, I think I saw that same one, or it was one that was, it might have been Ferrero Rocher. Unless those, Lynn Chocolates is not the same company as Ferrero Rocher, right? I don't think so. But I like it when the chocolate companies make their own. And Jamie says, made it halfway through chapter 6, currently at 24%. Awesome. Zach says, never had an advent calendar. And Pip says, oh, you will have to update us on your enjoyment of those teas. I certainly will, because I'm sure you all will see me at least drinking a few of them leading up to Christmas. Oh, I'm going to have to pick up, I want to let you all know, I'm still planning on doing my sprints next week. I have to figure out what time it's going to end up being in case I have to start later, because I have to pick up Keaton from the rental car place because he has to travel this coming week, and I've got to go get him, and we don't know what time he's going to get into town. So if I end up starting later, just want to let you all know, but I'm still planning on being here. And Angela says, they have a variety of bookish advent calendars on Amazon, lots of teas, chocolates, etc. Yes. There was a bookish one that was floating around in the book community one year that had like bookmarks and pins and stuff in it. So I don't know if you all saw that one. And Kat says, I made it to page 269 in the drawing of the 3. I'm 6 pages from reshuffle. Oh, Alex, Detta is extra. Yes, she is. And you have made great progress, Kat. That is a lot of progress since Wednesday. So good job. And I look forward to talking about it with you. And Zach says, I've been drinking some double bergamot Earl Grey teas for this week. It's interesting. The main flavor profile reminds me of the cereal Fruit Loops. Oh, well, that would be pretty nice. I want to like Earl Grey, but the Earl Greys that I've had have not tasted good, but I know that there could be one out there that I enjoy. And you said, and an Australian friend just recommended Twining vanilla Earl Grey. Is it, is it Twinnings or Twinings? Twinnings vanilla Earl Grey, but I haven't been able to find it in the US yet. All that good food they got there in Australia. Teresa says, I'm listening to a good audiobook now, The End of Her. So good. Wonderful. And Melissa says, Lind and Ferrero are different chocolate companies. Awesome. Thanks. So they both do one, which is fun. And Stina says, my parents gave me an advent calendar once when I was a kid. It had Bible verses. I was confused because I already had entire Bibles. It was very specific ones. And Angela says, it kept me reading and thinking on scripture on a daily basis. It's easy to become lazy and stop reading my Bible. My journal kept insight, keeps me accountable. And Stina says, have you ever tried a Lady Grey tea? If you like lavender, maybe give that a try. I like lavender when it's not overpoweringly the flavor, if that makes sense. So they can be hit or miss. Definitely not all are made equal. And Pip says, I have been trying to read The Marrow Thieves because of the story. However, I'm having a hard time enjoying the way it is written. Oh, that's a bummer. There definitely have been books that I have wanted to like, but the writing style has thrown me off. I don't know how far you're into it, Pip, but maybe after you adapt to it, it'll get easier. Had some books like that too, where it's like by the end, I understand what the author is like trying to do and their writing style, but it takes a while to get into it. It really just depends. Well, thank you, everybody. That was really nice. And my next question for you all, I don't think I've ever asked you this one before, but it could be interesting. And that is just going to be, which parent do you look the most alike? Or most like, I think it's the most alike. But I'm curious to hear what people have to say about this. I think everybody has a parent that they feel that they favor. And Angela says, I'm already in the hot chocolate mindset. Yeah, I've been seeing the crock pot recipes for like making your own homemade hot chocolate. And I asked Keaton if he wanted me to do that. And he was like, yeah. I was like, yeah, okay. I will do that then. And Zach says the channels Ashen and Nerd Cube do advent calendar collabs where they open up ridiculous advent calendars every day. They're very funny. Oh, okay, that sounds like that would be pretty fun. I'll go and check them out. I might do that actually during this next sprint just to see what that is, because there are some really weird ones out there, especially again like the ones that are super expensive. I'm like, why did somebody buy that? All right, I'm getting that up in my queue. Hold on. All right. Awesome. All right, you all have your next question, and I've got 45 minutes up on the clock, and I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 216. I'm really, really worried about something that is about to happen in the book because I think there's an animal that might be about to be killed, and it's my least favorite thing in books, just ever. I hate it, and I'm scared. Before we left, I asked you all the question: which parent do you look the most alike? Let's see. Pip had said, thanks, Zach. I don't think I had read that comment when Zach was mentioning oh yeah, Zach, you were talking about the advent calendars that they look at. I did pull up the videos and I stopped so I could get some reading, but I got 4 minutes into one of them and they had found a Netflix advent calendar, and I really want to know what the heck that is. I think that is ridiculous. And Angela says, my mother, it's ridiculous. I'm constantly reminded by everyone. I don't mind. She was a dark-haired beauty and a very classy lady. Miss her to the max. That is so sweet. And Stina says, my mom definitely, our senior pictures are like mirror images, same hairstyle even. Mine's in color, but if they were both in black and white, you'd have to look at our teeth to be sure which was which. That's so cute. Zach says, honestly, don't know. I've only seen one picture of my dad, and he was wearing a cowboy hat, and it's not the best picture. I could get more, but don't want to, and he's no longer with us. That's totally fair. You're your own person. And Pip says, maybe my father. I'd say this because there is no denying that my siblings and my mob of cousins are from the same family tree. We all look so much alike. And Stina says, but genetics are weird. People tell me I look a lot like my dad's sister, and I have a distinct cousin of my dad's side who has caused confusion at family reunions because people can't tell us apart. Oh, that is really funny. I don't have anyone in my family that I look really similar to in terms of like cousins or people who are around my own age, like nothing of the sort. I have very distinct features. For myself, it was weird. So when I was growing up, because my parents were divorced, people would always meet my mom first. And if you put me next to my mom, you'd probably be like, oh, wow, you look a lot like your mom. And then they would meet my dad. And everybody would always be like, oh, never mind. You look so much like your dad. And I do. I have a lot of his features. We have the same hair color, the same hair texture, the same eye color. I have more of his nose even. I have my mom's mouth. I have my mom's laugh. My mom and I have similar voices. Like when we laugh, we have the exact same laugh. So when we laugh together, we're pretty much always laughing in harmony, like in unison, and it can be pretty funny. So there are definitely times that I sound a lot like her, but the cadence in which I talk and the way that I express myself, I'm also told is a lot like my dad. So it's weird. You know, and I'm not like, I wouldn't say I'm masculine. I'm very androgynous. And I think because of that, when people say that like I look a lot like my dad, it's like, oh, well, it's because I think it's because I'm more androgynous. And Angela says, I'm so glad I checked my weather. We have a winter storm coming. I thought they said 7 to 11 inches this morning. Oh my God, I hope not for you. They said they've since changed it to 3 to 5. Yay, sorry, Michiganders. Oh no. I'm so sorry. I mean, I guess it's good that they waited until after the holidays, but the problem is whether or not the people who need to mobilize to like salt and plow the roads are going to be, getting out in time. I know we got our first snow of the year, and usually it ends up being pretty good. Well, for whatever reason, where we live, they did not mobilize people, and it ended up being just absolutely terrible outside, and there were a lot of wrecks and stuff. So if they've had plenty of advance notice, I don't know whether I don't know if our weather's going to be as bad as yours, Angela, but I hope not. I'm really not ready for that much snow. I'm kind of one of those people where it's like, I wish that if we were going to get snow, we'd get it like maybe the week before Christmas, into Christmas, maybe through New Year's, And then after that, I'm just over it. Like, I don't want any of it. But of course, the majority of the snow, I think, happens in like late January to like mid-February for most, areas. So it's weird. I can't remember the last time that we had a white Christmas. It's always like so much after. And Elena says, I'm back now. He said, I'll read my Christmas fling. And have you ever heard of Christmas fling? I have not, no. And Kirsten's here. Hi, Kirsten. Kirsten says, hi, just stumbled upon these sprints. I'm reading a fun, cozy mystery called 2-Part Sugar, 1-Part Murder by Valerie Burns. Well, very nice. Welcome to you, Kirsten. Very happy that you found us and glad you can hang out with us for a while. And Melissa says, red. Good. And Kirsten says, reply to the question, unfortunately, I look like my politically obnoxious father. That's okay. I look like my dad too. Melissa says, read about 43 pages and got to page 260. I look more like my mom. And Jamie says, I look more like my aunt, my dad's sister. People always thought she was my mom. Oh, that's sweet. Zach says, got to chapter 4 into The Night Is Not For You. I'm enjoying it and the first gruesome thing happened. Okay. And Jamie says, no reading that sprint, joined a Discord watch party. Cool. And grabbed a snack. What is everybody watching? What's the party for? Said, all the talk of treats, I had an ice cream sandwich. Very nice. And Elena said, 24 pages in, 8% into my book, I read 3 chapters of Christmas Fling. Said, I'm enjoying it so far, and I would recommend getting that book. Nice. And Zach says, there's about 10 years worth of inside jokes in those Advent videos. Just an FYI, you'll be fine. Okay. Yeah, I will not understand the inside jokes, but I will find it humorous to see what is in the Advent calendars. And Pip says, I love snow. I live in a valley, so I've never had a white Christmas. I've even lived in Canada, and a Chinook wind came in and melted all the snow Christmas Eve. It started snowing on the 26th. Oh, no. Oh, that's terrible. There's no dreaming of a white Christmas for us, I swear. And Estina says, I moved laundry and raided the leftovers for dinner. Awesome. Yeah, we have leftovers from Thanksgiving, but we've been eating a ton of leftovers recently because I made crock-pot tacos, and it was like this huge pork butt. It was either a pork butt or a pork shoulder. There was only like one selection of meat I could get, and it was like the only one that was a roast. And I threw it in the crock-pot, and it turned out to be super, super good. And we've been eating on that for days. And then we had, Thanksgiving yesterday, and my mom sent us home with a ton of leftovers. And Keaton looked at me and he was like, I'm not feeling eating leftovers again. You want to go get something? And I was like, oh, sure. You feel like anything? And he let me pick McAllister's. And so he went out and got it for us. So I'll have leftovers to eat this weekend. Angela says, we've already had a 2-inch snowfall. No biggie. Our city is really proactive on weather events. There's a smaller event coming Tuesday. I think they predicted more snow for us this winter. Okay. No. Pip says, it's funny saying you ate someone's butt. Oh, a pork butt. Yep. I ate that pork butt. Pork butt is good in a crock pot. Makes the meat really tender if you can cook it for a long time. Alrighty, everybody. Well, we're headed into the last 2 sprints of the evening, which means that I'm going to ask our second to last question that I always ask for every sprint, and that is going to be, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? It could be something that's just interesting to you. It doesn't have to be generally interesting to everybody else because, sometimes we find out fun things that only matter to us, and that's cool too. So be sure to share in a comment, and I will read them after the next sprint. And Angela says, I have a talking reindeer in my book that is begging to die. No! No! Pip says, Angela, I am jealous. And Jamie says it's a watch party for the Death Kiss. Man, I'm struggling. Okay, it's a watch party for the Death Kiss. It's a murder mystery from the 20s. It has Bella Lugosi in a supporting role. Weird to see him in something that's not a horror movie. Yeah, Bella Lugosi. I know that name, but I can't think of anything that I've seen him in. So that's cool. Very, very nice. Well, all right, everybody. Thank you for that chat. It's wonderful to talk to you all, as always. And I'm going to let you get another 45-minute sprint, and then our last sprint of the evening after this will be 30 minutes. And we're actually moving a little early on time tonight, but I'm still going to keep us on track for the just 2 more sprints. So I think that will be okay. So tell me the thing that you learned that was interesting, and I'll see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. This is the second to last sprint, and I'm on page 232. I just started chapter 12. And wow, this this book, there's like so many emotions. It really is a dark story, but there's parts of it that are really beautiful too. And I love all the mythology and the lore. And I don't know, it's just so interesting. I'm captivated by it. I think Brahm did a really good job with the writing for this book. And before we left, I asked you all the question, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? And I guess I'll start with mine. So it turns out that there was a study that was done with people who were born blind who later gained their sight. And this was pretty interesting. So most of us who are sighted or who went blind later, we have the ability to like touch an object like a cube, for example, with our eyes closed, and we can know that it's a cube, and we can touch a sphere and we can determine its shape. And we would imagine that people who were born blind, if later given their sight after spending their whole lives feeling an object, if they looked at that object without touching it, they would be able to determine whether, for example, it was a sphere or whether it was a cube. And they found people who, it was like, I think 6 or 7 people who regained their sight later in life. And when asked whether they could identify what shape they were looking at, they didn't have the ability to do it. And so it turns out that our sense of touch and our sense of sight are not connected, but we assume that they are because we're people that like, well, if we're touching something with our eyes closed and we open our eyes, we can then associate that feeling with what we see. But people who are blind don't have the inherent ability to do that if they suddenly get their sight later. So I just thought that was really interesting. And Jamie said Lugosi is best. Oh, he's known for, Dracula. Okay. And I know exactly which Dracula you're talking about. Thank you. That makes sense. And Kirsten says, at my annual New York City vegan Thanksgiving yesterday, I learned from a man from Appalachia that there was a portion of Tennessee that was aligned with the Union during the Civil War. I had no idea of that. I did not know that either, although I guess I'm not surprised. That's pretty interesting. We said, now I'm wondering if this is something that everyone knew. Am I a big history dummy? No, I don't think you're a big history dummy at all. That's very interesting. Thank you for sharing. Angela says, the first few snowfalls are enjoyable. Also, a white Christmas for the kiddos is nice, but after that it gets nasty. The snow is piled high and the exhaust from the vehicles turns it all black. Yes. Yeah, all the dirt and the asphalt and everything as it gets like scraped up on the sides. It's not very pretty to look at anymore. Rob says McMurdo Station in Antarctica has 2 libraries, as it should. As it should. Those people are there for a long time. That's cool. And Zach says the most interesting thing I learned this week is what a kangaroo feels like. I went to a kangaroo encounter and got to pet and feed 2 2-year-olds and hold an 11-month-old in a pouch. Zach, I'm so jealous. That had to be so fun. You said they were the softest animals I've ever petted. The older ones were the size of a medium dog, and the baby was the size of a large cat. I didn't know that they were so soft. I always figured that they'd be kind of like, I don't know, wiry in a way. So I love hearing that they're fluffy. And Stina says, Zach, that's so cool. I agree. And Angela says, I Googled my dad's name just 2 days ago. I found an interesting article that one of his army buddies had written about my dad teaching them all how to run in the jungle in Vietnam. Oh, wow. He said that same man flew in to sit 3 days beside my brother and me as my dad was dying in the hospital. I never knew. That's a beautiful story, Angela. He really loved your dad. And Stina says, I learned what an HSA is and kind of how it works. Yeah, HSAs are really awesome. When I ended up going to the hospital back at the end of April, beginning of May of this year, the only reason I didn't have to pay money out of pocket was because I have an HSA. I was very grateful for that. And Angela says, Pip, the roads are loaded with potholes. Yeah, any cold weather states, it tends to be a huge problem because of the continuous cycles of freezing and thawing. And Melissa says, thanks for the sprints. You are welcome. And Pip says, Angela, good point. It is easy to romanticize snow when I only get to visit it. Yeah. And Kat says, I finished watching the movie Flight Risk with my dad and Barry. Awesome. Hope y'all had a wonderful Thanksgiving. And Jamie says, almost finished chapter 8. I'm at 33% in Bat Eater. You're going through that fast, Jamie. Good for you. And Kat says, this week I learned about paper moon photography from Lindsay and Jonas on It's a Charming Life on YouTube. There's a studio in California called Paper Moon Shop with a large paper moon collection. Huh. I didn't know about that. I'll have to look them up. And Pip says, I learned that preparing to buy a car is so much work. Yes, it is. I bought my first car outright in my 20s. I also was on a time crunch, so I bought one of the first cars I kind of liked. It lasted 19 years. That's awesome. It's wonderful that you had a good pick the first go around. Kat says, it was an interesting video, and Jonas's jack-o'-lantern and witch moons were incredible, and his photos with Lindsay were amazing. How sweet. Zach says, I expected them to be wiry too. Beb says, I wonder if kangaroos stay soft as they reach maturity. You said, oh, I just reread. You said you pet 2 2-year-olds as well. And Rob Sam Barker wants love. He wants me to let him out. That's what he's did. I hear, make it so you can see him a little bit better. He's upset because I fully closed the door, and the expectation in the house is that any door must always have a Barker-sized hole that he can get out of. I have broken the rule because he was pacing around in the house because he has heartburn right now, and we had to give him a Pepcid, and he will incessantly lick the floor if we do not make him stop. Oh, that's also why I just heard you saw he just jumped up like that. He just heard his feeder go off for his late night meal. I'm actually surprised he's not barking. Oh, there he goes. Okay, I'm gonna open up the door. Give me 1 second. All right, bub. Go get it. Oh, he's such a turd. And Teresa says, Pip, we are looking right now. Also, not many good used cars around me right now. Yeah, buying a used car is a super hard market at the moment. I just honestly, like, buying any car really sucks right now. So I'm sorry. I hope it ends up being a fantastic choice and you don't have to worry about any issues or any problems while buying it. Hope it goes great. And I will get us set up for our last sprint of the evening, which is going to be for 30 minutes. Get that updated here. Alrighty, and I will also get you all set up for the last question of the evening, which is going to be, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? It could be big, it could be small, it could be something you did 5 minutes ago or something you did immediately after we saw each other last week. Doesn't matter. Just want to hear something that you're proud of. And Pip says, I'm finding many are high-priced 8-year-old cars are still in the tens of thousands. Yes, they are. It's absolutely ridiculous. You might be able to find a deal on some place like Facebook Marketplace, but the only warning with that is you'd have to pay cash. And you would want to make sure, well, there's a couple things with that. You'd have to pay cash. You want to make sure that somebody's not trying to pass off their loan to you, because there are some people on there that don't fully disclose immediately that they still have a loan on their car. So that it seems like it's a small amount, but that's just a down payment. And then they want you to also take over the loan. And then, of course, like the way that people maintain their cars. Now, I bought a car on Facebook Marketplace, and the car was, at the time I bought it, was 18 years old. But I bought it to be a project car, and it was cheap. So that's why I wanted it, because I was going to work on it myself and just like have fun driving it, because it was a stick shift. But yeah, it's you got to like find the right person. But it's the same, honestly, I would say it's the same with dealerships, because you also don't want to go to a dealership where you get ripped off, and then you have to like look at certified pre-owned versus like a regular pre-owned. Like I, for example, would never buy a brand of vehicle from a dealership. Like let's say it was a Honda dealership and they were selling a Kia and it wasn't a certified pre-owned. Like I would never buy a Kia from a Honda dealership because I don't feel like they're going to have like gone through the full inspection to make sure that it's actually a good car versus like a Honda dealership having a used Honda, if that makes sense. I don't know. I might be wrong for thinking that, but I just get skeeved out by that. But I also don't encourage people to buy new cars because they depreciate 50% in value almost immediately after you start driving them. Like it's freaking ridiculous. It's so awful. Oh, so good luck with that. I'm wishing you the best. And I will get our last 30 minutes up on the clock. I gotta go check on my boy because I need to make sure he's not incessantly licking the floor. He's barking about something. I think he might need to be let out. And I'll see you all in a little bit. Happy last sprint. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I got some solid reading in during these, like all these sprints, really. I've been super happy, and I have made it to page 243. So, 62 pages from the end. Great progress today. And I felt really focused on it too, because I was just having such a good time reading it. It's in a very tense place in the story right now. And before we left, I asked you all, the question was one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of. Sorry, I was listening for Barker. He's tip-tapping out there. I'm going to go back here. Let's see. Angela said, Kirsten, it was part of Tennessee that I grew up. It was a part of Tennessee I grew up in, Scott County. The Confederate soldiers burned down my grandfather's house while he was fighting elsewhere. Oh my gosh. That's insane. Kirsten says, Angela, oh my gosh, you have real firsthand knowledge of this history. And Stina says, Angela, wow. And Jamie says, I am proud of the fact that I now have the stitching completed for 3 holiday projects. Woo-hoo, and just 1 more to go. Great job. 2 need to be framed for gifts, and the other 2 are ornaments for my grandkids. I love that. And Stina says, I'm proud of myself for finishing all 3 of my Dinovember reads. I love that, Dinovember. Jamie says, Angela, wow, that's great that you have that history passed down to you. I wish I had more old family stories like that. Yeah, I don't feel like I really have any family stories either. Definitely nothing back from the Civil War. Got nothing from that. Jamie says, what books did you read, Stina? Would you recommend them? And Kirsten says, reply, something to be proud of this week, I guess, just going to film some vlog B-roll without waiting to feel like everything needed to be perfect. Hey, that's great. That is super important to be able to just kind of go with the flow, let the process happen. Said, letting go of some perfectionistic paralysis. I love it. And Stina says, I read The Age of Dinosaurs by Steve Brusatte, middle grade nonfiction, and would recommend it. The Land That Time Forgot by Edgar Rice Burroughs, pulp sci-fi, and would recommend it for what it is. And Z-Rex by Steve Cole, middle grade science fiction fantasy adventure, and might recommend it to a specific youngster, but not in general. Very cool. Thanks, Stina. Teresa says, thanks for sprints, Alex. Everyone have a great weekend. And you too, Teresa. Thank you. Angela says, Jamie, this history was discovered mostly after the internet came to be. Some of my ancestors never learned about their ancestors before they died. And Kirsten says, thank you for sprints. I'm glad to have found your channel on your Friday night sprints. Yeah, thank you so much for coming, Kirsten. It was wonderful to meet you, and I hope you have an awesome weekend. Hope to be able to see you on the next one. And Jamie says, almost done with chapter 9, made more progress on the last ornament. Whoop, whoop. And Kat says, I'm so excited that you're enjoying Slewfoot. I made it to page 293 in the drawing of the 3. I'm 20 pages away from the pusher. Yay! That's awesome. I'm so happy. Yeah, Deda's nuts. So just be prepared for more of that. And Kat says, I'm proud that I got some decluttering done and I got my notes together for our book club video. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, I'm going to be doing my filming for that soon because we're going to be releasing that shortly. And Rob says, thank you for sprints, and thank you, Rob. She says, no reading, but got some planning done for next month. Awesome. My one thing I'm proud of is I went to the doctor and I told her about my long-standing, like, intermittent back pain, my pinched nerve and everything I was dealing with that made it to where I couldn't do sprints a couple weeks ago. And she told me that she does not think that it is spinal, because I thought, and she said it's possible that it could be a bulging disc, but she's more inclined to believe that it's a muscle issue. And she said that I have issues with my posture and my ergonomics, and I have to go for 5 weeks to physical therapy. And I called the physical therapist and I got all of those scheduled out into next year. So I am going to try to hopefully help myself, maybe improve some of these issues that I've been having now for about 5 years. And, anything to make it to where I'm not laid up for a week with just like excruciating pain a couple times a year would be awesome. So wish me luck with that. And Angela says, thanks for sprints tonight. I made it to 82% of my book. I'll finish tomorrow. Have a great week ahead. You too. Thank you. Jamie says, thank you for sprints. Have a good weekend, everyone. You too. Rob says, capybara. Steve says, yay. And Kat says, thanks for sprints, Alex. Always good to see you, my friend. You as well, Kat. I hope everyone has a wonderful weekend. You too. And tell Barry I said hi. Good night, friends. And Jimmy says, good for you for getting that scheduled. Yeah, it was something I really dragged my feet on. I mean, 5 years, right? I really dragged my feet, but I think it's good that I'm doing it now. Better late than never. And Pip says, back problems are the worst. Yeah, they are. Best of luck. Do the homework they give you. Yes, I told Keaton he's going to have to help keep me accountable. So I'm not one of those people that's like, I'll do it later. And then I just don't do it. So he told me he would help me stay on top of it. And Kirsten says, good job taking care of your back pain. Thank you. And Stina says, thanks for the sprints. Have a great week, everyone. You as well. And Rob says, good luck with your back. Thank you. And I don't have my first physical therapy until December 11th because they're pretty busy right now. I mean, they're busy all the time, but they're pretty busy. So yeah, looking forward to when I can finally get in, but it's still going to be a little bit before I get there. So I again hope to be able to see you all next week. I will be picking Keaton up from when he has to drop off his rental car. He's going to be traveling pretty much all day that day. So I don't know exactly when it is that he's going to be getting back to town. But hopefully it will be earlier in the day so I can start at normal time. But if I don't, for whatever reason, you all will see a later time on the clock, or I'll make a post about it on my little community group. So yeah, thanks everybody for understanding. There's been a lot going on this year, especially it seems like the back half of the year, like the last 6 months, I've just missed a lot of intermittent weeks, or weird things have been going on, but life is just like that sometimes. So appreciate you all being cool about that. Pip says, happy reading, everybody, and love from Rob. Thank you all. And I'll see you all later. Have a great weekend.